Let's go live. Give it a couple of minutes. Whoop. I forgot to change something. It didn't let me change that. Ruh-roh. That's not how that was supposed to work. There we go. Let's see. We'll fix that. Probably not. Ay. So we're trying to see here. What can and cannot do. Let's see. Okay, that's looking good now. Howdy, whoever may be out there. Probably nobody yet. And if there's anybody that, I know that wants to come on and hang out, shoot me a message, and I'll give you the link. Just chilling. Just giving some peppermint mocha frappuccinos. That time of year. Ho, ho, ho. Well, somebody's here. If you're here, say hello. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Some people it's late, some people it's early. Some people the bars are closed, some people they're just getting into it. All here, so yeah. Funny, fun. I can just sit here and talk to myself. That's no fun. At least give me somebody to talk to. Um, yeah. Heck of a lot of nothing going on. In a bad way. There's nothing going on where you can just enjoy yourself and chill, but then there's people saying they're going to do something and then don't. And that kind of nothing is not so good. So, uh, okay, so this shows up there. That's cool. Okay. If you're here, say hello. Don't be shy. Friday night, Saturday morning, depending upon which time zone you're in. Yeah. Hey, James. Glad to see you. Yeah, you're still in the Friday night section. I'm with a few other people I know over on the left coast. I mean, you try to get a hold of you one way, you know, that way. Not long after you won your little prize, and that's in a cheap setup for DMR. But I hope and pray you've been doing better. I know you're having all sorts of wonkadoodle fights. Anybody else here, say hello. More than welcome to speak up, thumbs up, thumbs down, or whatever Facebook emoji you want to use there, since that appears to be working over there as well. I'll turn my ugly mug off here because I know the fundraising is $235 towards the scooter. And Facebook for used anything, not including the logistics to get it to me, use anything that would even come close to handling my weight. Those people are asking almost $3,000 for something used. So at that point, might as well go for the full 4,500 and try to get a new one. Because the heavy duties are few and far between. I hide my ugly mug, but not hide my ugly mug. But, well, that's good, James. Yeah, mine is more or less on most of the time. Hotspot. My hotspot's turned on with it sometimes or not, but yeah. It's just whether or not I'm actually awake and next to the radio. So hit me up sometime. Yeah, panorama. But you're also doing a lot of things with hands and stuff too. So you and Mr. Coop like to do and Zed's place are all crafters. So you can get away with hiding your mug. And Spawn Trooper, well, Spawn Trooper hiding his face, that's just part of the fun. Me, it's almost like nobody trusts the words coming out of my mouth unless I do show my face, and then, ooh, your beard is mismanaged, or yeah, this or that, whatever. And for those I probably don't know, but I do have another channel at Servant Spirit, uh, which is more the ministry stuff that I plan on doing more with here soon. Type it up here. Well, the one that I'm in one that I try to stay connected to majority of the time, it's just whether or not there's activity, James, is the RVing hams. Since full time RV, in that one. A lot of times, otherwise, I have my DMR set to the Central Texas and Texas chat. Those guys tend to get a little annoying sometimes. And anyone else online? Yeah, James. You're on Facebook, and the other person. And the other person's over on YouTube. Connection hiccups on my end. So I am dual streaming currently to both Facebook and YouTube. And I got one person on each side. Anybody else want to help change those numbers? Say hello. Hola, howdy. Kiss my grits, whatever. Not YouTube. I mean, me having the hiccups on connection. Now, restream to YouTube and restream to Facebook is fine. Where the problem is my connection to restream occasionally has some hiccups because, yeah, I can't afford the Skynet yet. The Starlink. But it stress me. As soon as I can afford it, I'd be all over. Yeah, and be able to save money every month and have way better internet. But right now, the biggest priority is me trying to get a scooter, my mobility scooter. It's so difficult trying to. I can't go out and do anything, and the wife's vision's getting worse, and it's getting colder, and yeah, doesn't feel right. But she has to do a lot of the stuff. And I believe it's Brandmeister. Yeah, the ones I'm talking about, James, are Brandmeister. Was it 3148? I believe 3148 is Texas, 10-minute limit. 31480, I believe, is Texas chat. And then, yeah, it's like 31488, I believe, is Central Texas or something like that. I could be slightly wrong, so don't quote me on it. I have to use that Brandmeister hose line to really see it. Haven't quite figured out how to link my little hotspot, if you want to call it that, into the Motorola networks yet. The Motorola ones. Yeah, veterans are going to continue to get screwed over, and it's going to take at least 2 years before things even start moving in the right direction. Once new leadership at the VA is done. and then it's still a lot of it's going to get missed. I mean, literally, if you check out one of my other live streams, the whole the Bible Belt buckle, big black hole in it, is yeah. Needless to say, the VA, and I've seen been seeing a lot of this. The good VAs, their leadership are natural born U.S. citizens, and many times veterans who care. The bad ones are basically ran by foreign born nationals who don't really give two shakes about American citizens, let alone American veterans. In fact, they'd rather just use the money for DEI and hiring their buddies and everything, and other foreign born nationals that hate America. Yeah, no, Bridgecom uses the Brandmeister mostly. Yeah, you're mentioning the TAC 310 and worldwide servers, which I know is used both by the Motorola's and the Brandmeister. No, the old name for the Central Texas node used to be the Texas Nexus. So that I did find out. The Central Texas node used to be Texas Nexus at one point, depending upon how new of a list you're using. I don't know why I keep entering those giveaways because I never get it. I never win anything from their giveaways. I've been ever since you first started sharing them with me, James. I've been entering them every time they came out. And I was clicking the links and going for maximum points. Now I just do the bare minimum and maybe a couple of dailies. I'm not gonna win or come close to winning, then I'm not going to invest my time in it too much. Especially now that I at least have a setup. But for stuffs and giggles, where is it? There we go. It's a picture of one of the scooters the local seller sells. They want almost $6,000 for that one. Oh, you got lucky and you deserved it. As I said when I saw that email, it's like, well, if it couldn't be me, at least it's somebody I know and know could use it. So I'm glad that you did get it, James. Okay, that's what I was trying to do. And I'm talking two different types of conversations. One on Facebook. Well, how do you do it? Hey, it's fun though. Uh, Anybody else want to come in and join the conversation? I'll hold a three-way conversation. This is fun. uh, that's kind of the point. Is just trying to get more viewers. See what I can do to. Yeah, I know it's Friday night. Unfortunately, too many people are at the bar. Pardon me. But yeah. Let's see. Connection. Oh boy. Let's see here. There you go. I heard you, James. Let's see if I can. See if I can. Yeah, I'll open the video up on this. See if I can't hit you direct. KY4 TRK. This is KD7LTN. Can you hear me? How you doing there? I'm hoping this should be going direct and whatnot.
Turn the phone down here, but yeah.
All right, I'll get back to my stream here. All right, talk to you later. Now you have me directly on DMR. All right.
Well, let's get back to your stream there. It's good to catch you on the system. KY4 TRK.
KD7LTN. All right. That was fun. Now you can hit me private call or direct there, James. That just sounds wrong, Panorama. But I know your other handle and stuff, so I know you're good peoples. I mean, heck, I don't have many people in here to begin with. So I got other people that if they ever show up, they automatically get a wrench and they don't even know it. But hope you enjoyed the little example of DMR radio. Yummy. Even I'm not so good when sleeping. Never tame this mane. Yeah. So there, thanks to James's help, I've really have a something that shows amateur radio. uh, there's the there's the amateur radio portion of this broadcast. Oh. Christian part is we're sober. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What's that? Yeah. Not sure what's going on there, but so James over on Facebook and Panorama on YouTube. What y'all been up to? Especially in consideration and preparation for Turkey Day, which is just around the corner. And Penn, well, if you have a wrench, go ahead and drop your link. You won't be able to click on it directly from over there, but if the screen's big enough, James will be able to see it over there on Facebook. You might get a kick out of it. James is like me, unfortunately. And the unfortunate part is we can no longer drive the 18-wheelers. So anything like your creativity stuff to extra hobbies. Just trying to see how that played out. Okay. Yeah. I hope you got the housing and stuff straightened out, James. I know you were having fun with that. I don't want to go and want you, you don't have to share your stuff on here, but yeah, obviously you were saying that was part of the prerequisites for the surgery. So I hope that was stuff you got resolved. Then again, it's been a long time since it would hopefully be resolved. I don't know how slow or fast California is these days. Um, Boy, I had a brain fart. But if either of you want to come and chat with me on stream, I can easily drop you the link. Okay, yeah, I never heard back from you, so I didn't know. Um, that's good to know, James. And happy belated birthday. I'm sorry I missed it. YouTube or Facebook told me about someone else's birthday, but they didn't point out yours. So for some silly reason. Um, but happy belated birthday for you. Glad to be spending some time with family. And yeah, I've pretty much given up on the SSI fight for SSI fight for myself. Nobody listens to me, not even the VA. Oy. That's why I'm trying to do the fundraiser you see scrolling. Well, sometimes it gives me people's birthdays, and sometimes it doesn't. So, and then I see a post 3 days later that, oh, thanks for the birthday. Whoa, whoops. I feel bad when really should do better on that. But heck, my memory's getting bad. If I don't have something reminding me, I forget. Especially when battling so many other things on my end. like this so-called trailer that I traded the car for, so that way I could have something to put a mobility scooter in. But to be honest, I've seen sheds in the sheds and backyards in better shape. um, well, tin sheds, but yeah, I got well. I think some days I think Panorama will understand this. Jeremy Hell's chicken coop is in better shape than this trailer. The Florida coop. Um, yeah, James, I don't know if you're on if you do YouTube at all or not, but yeah, there's some fun drama over on this side of things. Let's see. Just clearing out some messages off my phone. Excuse me. You know, I think that's where this trailer needs to be, is on her property. It is in that bad a shape. Um, Especially when somebody said that they were going to fix it up a certain way and then didn't even come close. Oh my goodness. What they don't realize is that I had a body cam on for a lot of the discussions and recording. So soon, at some point, I plan on piecing a lot of that stuff together to show what the person said they were going to do or what I was going to get for my trade versus what they did. Or should I say, they did the very minimum and made it sound like they were doing a lot, and then yeah. It is what it is, or it is what it ain't. And there's the link if you guys want to join me on here. Well, no, remember there was some cleanup done by JC to that property, but I haven't seen those videos and don't really care at this point. The drama is the drama, and they can keep it. I got enough Waffle House drama over here on my end. Trying to make sure my butt don't end up in jail because of BS. Because of other people's BS. It's frustrating. So just chilling here. Just chilling and can barely even do that right. What the heck? Oh, I had a lawyer at one point, James, and even then they couldn't get very far because it was New York and the VA. And the part that really messed me over was the VA. Because the VA can't do my VA can't get my medical records straightened. And speaking of that and the VA medical records and whatnot, I'm still fighting to try to get community care, but I still have my appointment now set up with December 4th with primary care that they never canceled. As I was trying to get community care, and basically they just forgot all about me. So. And they won't. They're the biggest fault. They're walking criminal charges. All the BS they've been pulling. Or what I understand they've been pulling. I don't watch their stuff. I don't care to watch their stuff because, like I said, I got my own drama here. Enough people lying to my face every day. Well, lying to my wife's face every day. Some opportunities that would be very wonderful opportunities, and and then when it comes time for them to show up, then they say they're going to show up, they don't show up, and usually we get ghosted. Come on now, people. Say you're going to do something, do it. Well, there's a reason why Central Texas is the node, James. I'm sitting here. I've been sitting here in Austin, Texas, for a couple years now, in South Austin, here in our RV, I've been fighting with the VA, and about the only thing I can say good that's came out of, well, somewhat good, is that the director is no longer the director for the region, for Central Texas. He's been sent off elsewhere, last I knew. But then they had one, what sounded like a Hispanic female's director's name as an interim director. Apparently, she was starting to do good. Now they've got a literally like African-born African in charge of the Central Texas VA. On the Swally, yeah, those one of those kinds of names. Uh, who's an MD, and then the person in charge of PMRS is originally from Bangladesh, which is primarily an Islamic, aka Muslim country. So good luck when you're a Christian getting any help. They won't admit it, but I know that there's religious discrimination going on. And then trying to speak with the interim director to schedule an appointment to speak. Schedule a phone appointment to speak. It's like an impossible task. Oh, go through the patient advocate. The patient advocate already told me they can't do nothing. So, you know. Really, it's ridiculous. The excuses they make up. And a couple other things that were offered recently to get us up, at least up off the road. I've been told where one was to stay on some property where we'd have to be hooked up to power, shore power and stuff and whatnot. And then they never showed on that one, with an opportunity to play security guard on weekends and whatnot. And another opportunity was to, as is informed to me, would have been parking on church property and being a temporary interim pastor for, when the pastor himself has a lot of hospital appointments, I'll put it that way, without giving out their details and narrowing it down, and is ill, and as they're trying to they're forced to retire medically from the ministry, while the church seeks a new full-time pastor. And that would have been a great opportunity. Now, does it still have the opportunity of happening? Possibly. But, yeah. Will it happen? At this point, I'm better off holding a hand under my butt to see which fills up faster. Well, the VA, just like our military, has gotten too wrapped up in the DEI stuff. And basically, they've outsourced and hired so many medical professionals that, and even the nursing staff, who are a lot of times, mostly U.S. citizens, that just don't have the heart for it. These nurses and whatnot couldn't get a job in a regular healthcare facility because they'd be fired because of how they treat the patients. Yet it's okay to treat veterans like that. And patient advocates, they have, I know at one point they were given a new name, and it was more like bureaucracy advocates because they care more about the bureaucracy and the red tape than they do about the actual veterans slash patients. And they couldn't use the term veteran advocate because that's what basically VSO officers are. So, yeah. There's so much wrong with the VA. And it does a disservice, especially the older facilities that like in Canandaigua, New York, and some other facilities that were once, old army forts and stuff like that. It just does such a disservice to the history and tradition of what it all is. Anybody else here? Say hello. Feel free to say hi, give a thumbs up, thumbs down. Let me know which platform you're on, Facebook or YouTube. Like, subscribe, share, all the fun. But it is what it ain't. Hey, Royce, another person, happy belated birthday. And I saw the post regarding your mother, and my condolences there. She was a great woman. So, and Royce, I believe you and James Benedict there, y'all are kind of birthday buddies. Yeah. But I mean, they have Section 8 here in Texas, but I mean, everything is so backlogged, it's not funny. She was you and your brother's champion, Royce. I mean, I only got to meet her briefly, you know, pretty much the one time. But yeah, I've, I've, well, let's put it this way. I've even told my wife about her, how wonderful of a woman she was. So she made that much of an impression. So, looks like I might be doing better streaming to Facebook these days instead of just YouTube. uh, so Royce? I got a question. It's just out of fun here. Who got her jade collection? uh, who was the lucky recipient of that? That was another thing that I am so reminded of about your mother. Jade, or if I was Jade, I was like Jade or frogs or something like that. That didn't she have a have a collection, or I might be thinking of someone else, but I could have sworn. Um, I was maybe it was depression glass. I know she had a collection of. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember being green. So on the one in my head, I thought jade, but I just remember she had a really beautiful collection there. Ah, well, and I hope your family's doing well. It's been such a long time. Yeah, the memories are the best. Are the best value. Is just yeah. I knew she just had that large collection of green. That yeah, that was just something that was one of the many facets of her that I remember. So yeah, just hanging out here doing a live stream. Just well, it's good to hear from you, Royce. I know we haven't talked in a long while. Have a great evening. Uh, Anybody else still here? Want to say hello? Poke a nose in. Give me the bird. Kind of hanging out, streaming. Okay, a Tweety bird. All right, James. But at least that's better than the kind of bird I would get from Mr. Coop or the Wilburns over here on YouTube. Yeah, they actually have feathered friends. Okay. Interesting little caricature there. So tonight it's just hanging out, seeing what. Alrighty then, James. Not sure what that's supposed to be. Yeah, having a little fun, aren't you? Seeing what you can do. Go right ahead. Really? Yay. It's down to 41 degrees tonight here outside. Yeah, I thought it kind of looked like Stitch, but wasn't quite so sure. I'm not sure about that muscular white knight there with itty bitty legs, chicken legs. Uh, it's a muscle clucker. Okay. Definitely ain't no chicken trucker. Although I remember seeing that, yeah, from one truck to another, that's pretty much what you might see over at another rig, especially on the West Coast. Oh my gosh, high five is so much fun. Uh, I had to look over one night. What was it? Where was I at? I 5 south of Portland. I pulled into a truck stop and like a pilot, I think it was. I look over and this one dude pulls in and one of those that have a seat on the floorboard. The dude was basically nothing but fricking his in his drawers driving rig. It's like, really? I'm sure his mama must be proud the moment he rolls that thing and they find him wondering what happened to his clothes. His clothes burned off. No, the dude wasn't wearing any. Jeez. Uh. I think between me and you, James, we could probably fill about a good 2 or 3 days worth of streams of nothing but trucking stories. Considering you were a flatbedder, and I know how much fun those guys are. Anybody else here, please say hello. Peekaboo. Hoo-hoo. Uh-huh. So now, yeah. I'm not saying too much. I might as well have the screen up. So people can see my not so pretty face. Uh, we lost Panorama Computer. He hasn't said nothing in a while, so. Oops. Well, that's why I like the RV life to some degree. Now, if only our RV was more workable than it is, had everything, it had the things I need, like a mobility scooter. Yeah, can do the traveling, all the traveling like from driving a rig, but without the pain in the grumpus dispatchers and DOT and all that. But DOT, DPS, the pooper scoopers. There's red tape everywhere, though. That's what she said. Oh, you're gonna pull that? That's what she said. Speaking of which, how's that going for you, there, James? I remember you were chasing something that you were bending over backwards, and yeah, didn't that one bite you in the butt? Nah, don't need to air out all the laundry. But anyways, yeah, just uh, just chilling. Yeah, it's hard to find a good one these days. And that's why we ended up with a stalker, because someone was trying to steal mine. I finally found a good one, and yeah, somebody thought they could steal her. Now that person's in jail. Anybody else out there? Hello, hello, hello. Is anybody out there? I know James is here. It says one on YouTube, but that might just be me. I don't know. YouTube is so funny how they do their view numbers. Hose picker. Or is it horse liquor? I know, hose picker. How you doing? He was thinking he could do something he couldn't and was basically threatening my life. But anyways, just go watch the stalker video I did. Yeah. I'm here, fresh out of coffee. Oh, fresh out of cold coffee, anyways. Don't want to drink the last one that's hiding because that might give me an upset tummy. Too many peppermint mochas. Other than that, just a chilling, trying to build up my stream a little bit here with people at least showing up. Apparently not doing too bad with some friends over on Facebook. So how are you tonight, host picker? Only because he's locked up. And it wasn't just my wife he was stalking. He was stalking a couple other people. He was making the rounds of not only my wife, who's a married woman, but a couple of single women that he has more or less, well, more than dated. Just put it that way. In the area, and needless to say, they eventually picked him up. So. But basically, what it ultimately is the dude has serious mental health issues and needs medication and treatment. But that's neither here nor there. Because he's not here, he's there. Well, the dude allegedly there's some trauma in his past that's really not helped the matter. So, yeah. I'll just say that, leave it at that. You know, I don't wish evil on anyone, but well, go blow the nose. See, don't explode it. We don't need it all over the screen. We don't need all that snot and boogers. Ugh. There, nose picker. uh, no, but seriously, what's going on with you? He's not free at the moment to victimize anymore. Something tells me the system's going to fail, like it tends to do around here. Because this may be Texas, but this is Austin, Texas, which was, well, if you look at the presidential map of who voted where, yeah, this is very blue. All the transplants from California and New York. Housing issues on your end? Are you playing catch up on things? You still hiding out there, James? Or did your phone battery die? Oh, yeah. Sorry to hear that. You know, of course, I don't know all of your story because I'm not in everybody's streams long enough to hear everything, but uh, but I'm not too far off. That's why I'm fighting so hard to try and get a mobility scooter. Story, James, the Lake and Riley story, and yeah, they're not going to hang them high, but they did give them life, basically. And if it was the previous presidencies, they would have been, well, the policy is supposed to be capital crimes like that. They stay in U.S. prisons, but a lot of times they get automatically deported for lesser crimes. No, they don't do that anymore, unfortunately. But the other type of powered chair would work. Or give them three, or yeah, show the world how well those masks work, and have them wear three of them while in a chamber. See how well that works out for them. Here, here's three, here's seven masks. That should protect you. So much wrong in the world today. I can just pray. That's the problem with public housing. Is all the stupid rules and everything else. Oh, I'm sure Georgia wishes they still had the firing squads because somebody would want to have unleashed that on Trump. And there's also saying that other story about that allegedly, suspiciously, there's a police officer wearing possibly someone's watch that was in evidence or not so in evidence. Yeah. Oh boy. It's just so much wrong in the state of Georgia with all that. And then the worst part is my identity thief is there in the Atlanta area. And they won't do nothing about it. And he's been there for now on, let's see, well, going on 8-9 years. That alone should tell you all you need to know about Atlanta, Georgia. I have an identity thief sitting in the south side of Atlanta that has been there at least 8 years, stealing my identity every year, and lives in the same house the whole time. And they have done nothing about it. That right there should be no ifs, ands, or buts, telling you exactly how the legal system works there. They don't go after real criminals the right way. The real criminals. Worst part is, I have the dude's address. I have his email address. I have 2 of his phone numbers as part of an identity breach. And the dude is as dark as my shirt. Definitely not me. And he is from that great continent of Africa. It says so in his freaking email address. Oh, boy. No, this one, his email address might as well be a Nigerian prince. I mean, it's pretty close to what his email address is. Like Nigerian prince in U.S. or some stupid thing. Oh, boy. And the first time I saw the address was from Lowe's. Because apparently, around similar time, shortly after the time we bought a refrigerator back in Hornell, New York, not long later, this dude bought a frickin' stove from Lowe's and got my veteran discount. Hello, dear. Kentucky Ford Trucks over on Facebook. And then Hose Picker was in here as well. One of them. Hose Picker, Horse Picker, Nose Picker. Yeah. You've heard used a little bit over on Spawn Trooper streams. But Yeah. Yes, Peggy Miller is my better half, and she'll tell you so too. Uh, but yeah, that be what's going on. Uh, the fun thing about old farts is smells like dirt. uh, get past that death smell and get to the dirt smell. Uh, yeah, loads of fun. Fun. Funny fun. Let's see here. Okay, I know you. I know you'll understand this one, host picker. Look what I found for to make as an avatar. The ship I was on was the USS America CVA 66. Yeah, the daughter's back there asleep. Okay, you must be referring to the British Navy, an HMS ship, Her Majesty's service. Yeah. I don't believe The U.S. had one with that name. We would know which way to pronounce it. Worcester, Worcester, or Worcester. Now, the ship I was on it from, well, I have 10 months of sea duty, 10 months time aboard it between 1994 and 1996. I was mostly attached to a squadron out of NAS Cecil Field, Florida, VS 32. Oh, the USS Worcester. Okay. My mistake. Yeah, I know Worcester is the closest to how they pronounce things up in that part of the world, that part of the country. Uh, like the Worcestershire sauce. I'm sure it had a few other names too. Some nicknames. Military, especially the Navy, is really good about that. Uh, and when I was aboard the aircraft carrier, I did everything from brown shirt on the flight deck, but I also got some sent up early and held late to do a lot of the prep work for my squadron, and then also a lot of temporary duties with the supply side on the ship. Everything from cleaning the floors and emptying the garbage down in the uh, galley areas, the dining halls, to taking out the garbage, to loading the soda machines. To one point, I learned how to use those nice big old presses, like what the Three Stooges had trouble learning how to use. That big old steam press, and how to get the military creases in. Learned a lot of things. Did any of it come in handy outside the military? Nope. All right, 7-3, James. Now we're yeah. Now you know how to reach me directly over on or private call me on DMR there. So if you don't get me, try again in an hour or two. I might be sleeping, or the generator's broke down and the hotspot's off. Yeah, never know what the issue might be. But have a good one, James. Nice chatting with you. Hunt and peck typists. There's the reason they were calling me Quick Draw. Over there is yeah. It wasn't too bad by the press is the way the place was set up. It was pretty open, a pretty open area. I mean, yeah, you had the washer and dryers over in one area, and then all the bins and stuff. But only, they only had me doing it basically like a couple hours, a couple hours at a time during a shift, just to help out. That was just basically because there was nothing else for me to do at the time. Going around stocking the soda machines, uh, taking stock to the ship stores, where the retail stores, the board ship, so people can buy their snack, spend some of their money on snacks or CDs. The CDs were starting to be real big. I had a fairly decent collection, I thought, anyways. I ended up with everything from Ace of Base to Garth Brooks and Alanis Morissette and classical. Yeah, I ended up losing that over time, but and at one point, once I figured out that I actually took pride in my work and could take a SOS pad and floor stripper and really strip some wax build up off of stuff. I got stuck doing that around the edges of the cafeteria area for them to re-wax and make it all look pretty again. Uh, didn't have an ACDC. That one pretty much got bought up before I got a chance to get to it. Any ACDC. Didn't have Metallica. Well, eventually I got those CDs, but on ship when I was on the ship. But I did get some uh, Iron Maiden, and did get a hold of a good Iron Maiden CD. Well, with the song "Tail Gunner" on it. Remember, did end up with Metallica in my CD collection. Uh, at the time, I was more into country music a little bit, so I, I tend to try to add a lot more of that. But yeah, I had Ace of Base, I had Alanis Morissette, Crash Test Dummies. Yeah, my musical tastes are all over the charts. Boys to Men. I never had any Backstreet Boys or NSYNC albums ever. So and nowadays, mostly what I listen to is but I did one album. I did definitely had some DC talk though going on. So now I don't think I really have any musical CDs. They've all gotten lost over the years. If I want to listen to something, I just search it here on YouTube and listen to the song I want to hear. Oh, I also had Seven Mary 3, BHS. Yeah. Pantera. Almost had the, well, I had the opportunity, but the Navy kept me from it, to see Pantera in concert for free in Florida. But I kind of got goofed out of that one by my command. Those that specifically had it out for me. So, a little quick draw. Actually, that's a Wi-Fi light. Well, the actual green light bulb is one of those color changing smart bulbs, Wi-Fi smart bulbs. The other blue stuff and whatnot is basically the 12-volt system, some of my 12-volt stuff. The 12-volt multi adapter for for USB cords and whatnot. Yeah. But tonight's a hang out and chat. If you have to go, you have to go. Don't mind me. I plan on trying to stick it out for a long night to see, kind of gather intel a little bit to see who comes in when and what time frame, so it gives me a better idea of when's the best time to stream. So, or if someone else starts streaming you like better, feel free to go ahead. Streams letting me do Facebook and YouTube, so that's where I'm streaming to. And hopefully you can see a pinned comment. Let's see. Just double check myself. Play nice. Nope, it didn't pin it that way. Okay. Pinned it here, but didn't pin it there. There. That might be helpful. No, I haven't done any shorts yet because wouldn't quite know what to do with shorts. I think so far all I've really done are the lives, but yeah, shorts. I mean, kind of part of what you want shorts to be is kind of a sample of what you're about, and yeah, what I'm about is a lot more than what fits in a short. So I might start working on trying to do some of that stuff for the ministry YouTube, but not quite there yet. That's part of what I was talking about earlier. Is people who say they're going to do. People have told us they're going to do stuff, and so I put things on hold, expecting to do those things, and then come to find out they pull a no call, no show, and yeah, it's it's frustrating. There's so many things I want to do and be able to do, but I put stuff on hold, hoping other things will happen, and yeah. Did you try streaming direct? Okay. What method did you use to stream on YouTube, host picker? Were you doing it uh, direct to YouTube? Were you try using? Did you use a third party site like Restream or Streamster or Streamlabs, or did you try doing it through OBS through a computer? Or some other third party software? Which way did you try streaming? There's so many different ways to do it that each has a plus, has positives and negatives. That I found. Directly to YouTube, yeah, that way is the most frustrating. Okay, if you have a laptop and you're running Windows as your operating system, you can either use, if you want to do it from a software to make it a little easier, you got a couple of different choices. One of them is OBS. Another one I've found that it's not user friendly. Well, it's not super easy to set up, but once you figure it out, it gets a little easier. Called Polypop, Polypop. But as you can see right now, I'm using Restream, which I could use OBS with Restream. I could also, if I wanted to, go from my Rumble account and do Rumble, and it'll go out to YouTube as well at the same time. Which, in general, if I'm doing it from a phone, in general, the Rumble thing to me seems like one of the easier ways to do it, but not always perfect. And then there's also StreamYard, which is the one with the duck if you don't have the paid version. Well, I think the easiest one to get started with, to literally, as the saying would go, get your feet wet, would be the free version of StreamYard. I mean, if you want to get used to, if you want to be a guest, with Veteran Nation and Spawn Trooper and all that, a lot of them have been using Restream.io, which is, as you can see, what I'm doing if you look up in the corner, what I'm doing tonight. Restream.io isn't too bad for free. Just very limiting. Fairly self-explanatory. A little tricky if you're trying to set it up for the first time using a cell phone, but from a laptop, it's not too bad, and you can do it from no matter what the operating system is, Linux, Mac, or Apple, and or Windows. The only thing that's really restrictive to Windows only is that Polypop application. Stream Stir is something similar, but doesn't really allow for the guest type thing. If you don't care too much about guests, having get other people on with you, you could look into Streamster, Streamster. It's not too bad. Like I say, but probably the easiest, simplest one to get started with would be StreamYard, StreamYard. That's the one with the duck, and it's the easiest to start with. I believe for public safety, they got pulled into using StreamYard to make it easier. And StreamYard also allows you to do a couple of guests as well. If you do go for a paid version, then those people that are guests can also stream to their YouTubes at the same time. Okay, well, I'm sorry to hear about that. Hose. Let me ask you this: do you want simple, as or as easy as possible to get up and running, or something that will help you understand? Yeah, because if you want to, you can try to do the restream.io free version. That's what I'm using as the free version, which allows me to chat, having the chat up and everything. And it's also what Veteran Nation, Spawn Trooper, and some others have been using. Is this restream.io? So
you're still
you can try that. Yeah, I'm still live streaming. StreamYard. Yeah, try the duck. It'll at least get your foot in the door, get your feet wet, literally. Help you understand how the restreaming software works. And it's just basically logging in from your browser to your account. Restream.io is the free version is a little bit better than, in my opinion, than StreamYard. Also, if you plan on being on a stream with, Veteran Nation or some, a lot of the ones that, or Spawn Trooper or any of the ones that, and the other channels I know you from, when you already have an account, basically it'll save your avatar and stuff like that when you log in to get to be a guest on their streams, such as the link that I have pinned at the top now. And Host Picker said hello to you again.
Oh, hi.
Doesn't see you, but heard your voice.
Hello.
So try a couple of streams with StreamYard, and like I said, Restream.io is the free version is a step above the StreamYard as far as what you can do for free. They have their plus, StreamYard has been also changed ownership, which has changed their pricing and some of their features on the free side. Like, say, for example, I used to be able to set up
What there be like?
a title screen.
Can you say that again?
Yeah, there was a feature where I could, do that title screen on StreamYard that I'd had, for a couple of my videos, and then it disappeared. So after they changed ownership, so Saga of Drama. Oh, you're talking about the odd place drama on the planet? Yeah. Yeah, you can have guests on StreamYard as well. So I figured out what you meant, Hose. My wife isn't the greatest typist either, so I figured it out. Either that or you really want some ogres on as guests. StreamYard and Restream allow you to are the easiest one to work with guests. You get some better features if you pay to upgrade their services. I do know that right now there's a 50%. Well, it's available to me. I'm thinking probably to everybody, 50% off sale on Restream.io. Only this Black Friday. So up until Black Friday. So for the next, either until today or until next Friday. They have a sale on their annual cost of upgraded services. I'm not getting paid to say that. I'm still stuck on the free service, so. Info. Ain't nobody paying me for nothing. I'm even getting. I'm only up to 235 on the scooter donations. That's really.
Dumb question.
Yes, dear.
Have you saw a little container with a red top that has coffee in it?
Didn't fall down and hit me this time, so.
Because it was right here where.
Then it's probably somewhere nearby.
I can't find it.
Honey, look behind the coffee pot up in the M&M section.
What? I'm not seeing it.
See a red top. Okay.
That's not it. It was.
Okay, what about underneath the blue bowl? I see another red top there, but nope.
Find it.
Hey, I'm always full of advice but
See, there you
I'm
go.
not perfect, so my advice is wrong. I'm sorry.
I guess that we won't have coffee like I said we would. I can't find it.
Calm down. This? No, that's wrong kind of coffee.
I need. Okay.
I'm still live. I know what you're talking about. The tub with the coffee tub.
Yeah. I can't
Did it
find
go put in the cabinet?
it. Was right here. Well, she put it on there. It's disappeared. Oh,
It did. You hid it from yourself. What, do you want to be on camera, that little football? Fuck your tail, I don't want to sit on it. Come here. Okay, well, meow, yeah. You're not a mouse, you're a cat. Don't speak like a mouse. Okay, here's a little fuzzball who wanted to be on camera who sat in my seat. There we go. What? Oh, what? You have to go find more mice? Huh? Let's see if you find any more mice. All right. Now where are you going? Silly little kitten. Now, I will say this about StreamYards is that for every stream, well, every stream will have a different join link. Restream, I've noticed, depending upon which setup you've got going on, the link will stay the same. Unless you deliberately try to change it. Unless you deliberately force a change to it. So, or if you set up a different studio per se and go into it, because it's different settings, different configuration. Well, I don't think you're here in Austin, Texas, and yeah, this one just randomly showed up here in Austin, Texas. We were checking the oil on the generator, gassing it up, and no more. And then got the generator started, and the next thing you know, I hear a mew right over the generator, right behind me. Nobody around, late in the afternoon, and there's a dog park nearby. So seeing a kitten was kind of surprising. Especially a kitten that was super duper friendly and very well. I mean, the kitten didn't even want to go potty outside. It had to have a litter box. And it's very picky about that litter box, too. It has pulled things down to cover up the litter box because the litter box is too stinky. Massachusetts. Yeah, I don't think this kitten has traveled that far. Yes, because otherwise we would not have a cat. My wife kind of burnt that bridge back in New York. Oh, I want to get a kitty. Okay, it's supposedly a male kitty. Oh, it's two brothers that have to go together. It's supposedly, then they delivered 3 kitties that were all supposed to be boys. Come to find out they were all females. And a year later or so, they all 3 had litters of kittens within a couple weeks of each other. So we went from 3, because they were able to escape out a hole in the basement of the house that we were renting through welfare. And yeah, next thing you know, had a total of 22 kitties. Would have been 23, but there was one that didn't survive 24 hours. So I told my wife, no more. And if it wasn't for this one finding us, we wouldn't have a kitty. We have a dog. But this one found us, and I'm a big softie overall. Found us, and the weather's been cold at night, so yeah. Couldn't see a little thing like that suffer. And being as you saw, the gray tiger, or how you want to refer to that. Yeah, they're not exactly the most popular for adoption. That is just so well, when in general, well behaved. Very loving when it wants to be. Well, that's a cat. But litter trained and all this other stuff that we didn't have to really do too much. What kitty? What, the 22 kitties? Oh my goodness. We were literally having we had one large dog and 22 kitties. As a chimney sweep German Shepherd. When we ordered Chewy, it was 3 boxes at a time. For all the kitty litter and kitty food and we were able to give away a few of the kitties, but some of them weren't so lucky. Yeah. I'm more of a dog person in general. But our daughters ruined that a little bit because my wife was trying to train our dog that was also a side of the road dumping for a Tennessee treeing brindle, the red brindling. Yeah, my wife was training the dog to work well with me, and my daughter basically destroyed over half of that training. So, yeah. But yeah, kitties were not on the household agenda. But this one ain't too bad, but there are days where a lot of times it wants to try to sneak back outside. It's like, really? We saved you from the outside and you want to go back out there? No. But not only is the kitten well trained, it's also a very good little mouser. Because unfortunately, being in our sorry, I had a connection hiccups on my end as usual. But besides being well trained and being near the woods here, yeah, we ended up with a couple of mice inside the RV. Well, luckily this little kitten is a mouser. Seven, 8. Well, she's 12 now. It was just a couple of years ago. We got, about 3 years ago now we got the dog. So she was 9 years old. Basically, my wife was trying. Well, the one thing that our daughter ruined regarding training was trying to teach the dog not to jump on people. Nope, the dog jumps on everybody and tries to put the liquor away. She likes to kiss everybody. And but no, because I have the walker, and eventually we'll hopefully have a scooter. The walker, the rollator. My wife was training the dog to walk beside the rollator next to me. Things like that. What are you looking for, honey?
The flashlight. I need a puppy.
You left it up there on the counter.
Okay.
Ow. But basically, whatever my wife was trying to teach the dog to do and to stay calm and things like that, the daughter wanted to play. Yes, the kitty is earning its keep. Well, it is, but it isn't. It will play with the mouse, but leave the mouse alive. Literally, the second mouse is it's found. Technically, maybe the third mouse. The mouse was still alive. I was able to trap it, humanely trap it. The cat was playing with it. It squeaked. I heard the little mouse squeak, and it had to be cold outside late at night. I humanely trapped it using the coffee can method, and then like a piece of paper, thin place, something slid under it to keep the little mousey from escaping. And as soon as I opened the door to give that little mouse a toss outside, it squeaked again from the cold. So when it went outside, it was still alive, but hopefully it did not come back in. Or it will be a kitty plaything again. No, it was not a gift for me because the cat was not trying to give it to me. The cat just brought it down to play with it on the floor instead of up in the loft of the RV where it found it. It wanted more room to play and let it, because the cat was literally letting it run away and then chasing it some more. Couldn't just kill it. No, we gotta let it run across the people's feet. Fun. So, Hose, what's got you up this late besides me? Or one of those being stuck in bed, you just couldn't sleep no more, and you just got to be up for some reason. And you can picture the kitten playing with a little mouse and running across people's feet. Yeah. And you got to think, this is a Class C motorhome. This is the old school kind with the van and with a little loft, aka the bed up front, up above the cab of the RV, which is mostly used for storage, but it's partially cleared out. Yeah. Kitten brought it down and then was on the floor and
Amazon.
Waking up at 2:30 p.m. Okay.
Alarm set for 2:30 p.m.
Amazon. Delete alarm.
2:30 p.m. alarm canceled.
Thanks, hose picker. I read your statement and the smart device tries to set an alarm.
It already set the timer though, right?
Yes, it did, dear. Okay, what was that? Where was that? Where am I hearing things? And now for the real coffee.
Excuse me.
Man, we're just as bad as Spawn. I think there were two of us.
Sorry.
Well, at least I don't have those trolls sitting there, or should I say, we don't have the leeches or their friends that are complaining about us and our bodily function noises. Yeah.
Thought I wrote that out. Sorry.
Thank you, dear. Oh boy, gotta love it when they do that with the double. Okay, so this way I can see what I'm doing. There we go. This is I think with these double walled cups. I was trained one thing in food service, you always try to put the back of the lid towards the seam. Problem is, you got a seam here on the outside, and then the inner seam, I put it towards the back. Oh, when Spawn coughs? Yeah. See, some of it, yeah, we think it's funny. Well, it's become a funny joke because of them, the drama starters. I think they're all that in a bag of mac and cheese. No, there's a reason I say bag of mac and cheese, honey. It sure as heck ain't the Velveeta shells and cheese.
No, they're the cheap welfare. Yellow cheese.
No, they're the jailhouse version.
I just said it.
No, you said welfare version.
I saw
Welfare.
I saw welfare.
I know the welfare version is way better than the jailhouse version. You remember the jailhouse version? Just you had a drop of water and that stuff turns to instant starch. Yeah, that would be kind of funny. Well, if ever I'm in a stream with him and he coughs like and he does that kind of cough, I'll make sure to thump a mic for you. That'll be our joke. uh, uh, anybody else here, please feel free to say hello.
Hello.
Nobody on Facebook. There's 2 on YouTube. So one of them, well, obviously one is Holy Speaker. The other one could be myself, for all I know. Let the coffee cool a little.
Okay. That was fun.
It don't take long. He's usually talking about them within the first 30 seconds on his stream. But he's usually if he's not doing the trucking or gaming streams, it's because he's either dropping seedlings or has to respond to something they said or did. But while I admit that I'm on one side of the issue, the Jeremy Hell's side, I don't really care about the drama. Got enough of my own. Now, you being up there in Massachusetts, which is fun because if you've watched the What the Hell streams, you know that George can't say that word. But up top, I think, honey.
I gotta let her go.
Go. But yeah. Yeah. They just sometimes get him so riled up that, yeah, it makes it difficult. You try to poke a little fun, try to get him a little humor, and he just, Okay. Retract the teeth, please. Welcome back. There you are, Panorama. Welcome back. And technically, Jeremy has money, but it's all invested. It's not. I mean, yeah, he has access to it to some degree, but you know, but some people just don't. They have in their mind one thing, and yeah, you better bend to their will, or this kind of drama ensues. Oh, before you left to do the stuff for your channel, Panorama, I told you could drop your link since I gave you a wrench. And you didn't. But my buddy's gone now. So, and I think Host Picker might already know where your channel. So, yes, and the ding dongs are because my wife's outside triggering a couple of cameras. And that's a notification on the phone. So.
What? I'll just yell at it off or try to run out. That was crazy.
You're good.
Damn dog driver halfway down the street.
Who's angry, Spawn's or Jeremy's? I understand all the anger, but my stream's not so much about that. They've got all that handled. It ain't. I know they've got that handled. It's just a matter of red tape takes time to cut through.
Furry's not up here.
The furry's down here getting into trouble, or up front.
Furry didn't get up, did she?
I heard a bang or something up there between the cooler and the front seat. So. Oh, I found her. I found the little raccoon tail.
Okay. She's in the house, right?
She's right there. Getting into trouble.
Take it for me. She looks like a trash panda.
Ow. Little kitty claws. No, if Panorama, if you actually type the youtube.com/ and then that part, it'll actually throw up the link. Ugly muggy. Oh, yeah. It's something, but then again, I don't know what they really look like. I don't care. I keep saying from the chat side for Skipper and Spawn Trooper to get a flea and tick collar. In fact, when Skipper had that saying on his board behind him before he went to the OODA loop, I mentioned he should hang a flea collar up there to shoo away the fleas. They protect for up to 6 months. Yeah. Depends on the aggressive and pushiness. My wife will tell you how like it is. She can be a bit aggressive and pushy, but in a good way. Not. I have exes that are just like something. Oh man.
What? What?
Now I gotta deal with melting chocolate.
It's not melting.
Really, Putty Tat? There's nothing in there for you.
It's not melting chocolate. It's wet because of that.
Okay, put a picture of flea shampoo up on the screen. Mm-hmm.
No, what?
I can't talk and deal with chocolate in my mouth at the same time. See, now I'm not able to say too much. Get chocolate. No, dogs aren't supposed to eat chocolate, Ruby. Hmm. Oh, what fun. Yes, but at least you're not like me and look like the Michelin Man. I'll admit I'm not small, I'm round in the middle. Yeah, I get it, Panorama. Let's see. What does it say? Or does it say how long I've been on YouTube? Yeah. Lisa, good to see you here. We just have a regular old crew from that make the rounds of the different different channels. Yout shows picker. There ain't nothing too special about. Oh yeah, that's right. We were talking. Okay. Yeah. Sounds good. Took me a second. I had a little moment. Careful I don't burn my lips trying to sip. Oh, nobody ever wants to hear when they actually have to pay something. Yeah, I'll keep an ear out for them, Lisa. Yeah, just hanging out, having fun. Talking nonsense. Yeah, that's one way to do it, hose.
Hmm?
Oh, hose pulled a Jeff Dunham on a neighbor friend who said they would kick in $20 a month to use their cable internet. So they changed the password when they decided not to pay. To read the chat at the moment, so I was repeating or summarizing. It's panorama, not paranormal. Okay, honey. Oh boy.
What? You? I'm being quiet. I'm not saying anything out of your chat.
Honey, I think every time you've done that since you've been home, it's been picked up on the microphone.
I haven't done nothing.
Mhm.
I've been quiet.
Yes, dear. Yes, dear. You've been
haven't
holding
said
it in and
nothing.
it's been sneaking out.
I haven't said nothing.
No comment.
Because your chats are your chats. Your friends don't want to listen to me.
As far as that stuff goes, yeah.
So I usually stay out of your chats. I don't ever hardly go into your rooms or by your YouTube or anything. Your live streams are your live streams.
Yeah. These ones are just.
So I try to stay out of the house. So you get privacy.
You can't help yourself, Lisa, can you? Your figures want to type paranormal.
What?
Well, don't feel bad. My wife's the same way. She loves watching the paranormal shows. To try to type the word panorama would be. Lisa says hi, dear.
Whoever Lisa is, hi.
She was on the. She came by on one of the last streams. Well, my stream ain't about Otter Creek. Like I said, got enough drama here in Austin, Texas, where they like to keep it weird. Which they really need to change that. I used to like watching some of the renovation shows, but eventually they all started turning into the same thing. And one of my favorite shows was like the Trick My Truck. Being a truck driver, I like that one a bit, but we hope to have a nice one too if we're not locked up because of the BS here. I like watching Mike Holmes a little bit. He pointed out a lot of mistakes people were making. But he was also on the Canadian side, so Canadian building rules aren't the same as the United States. Another cool show like was Duck Dynasty. All right, Lisa, you have a good night, good morning, good rest.
What?
Yes, and you saw I was alive too. No, I'm the Walking Dead. Oh. Why? Because you get a lot of people that say they're going to do stuff and then don't follow through. Puts us in a bind where, yeah, I have a bill of sale for that trailer that was traded for, but no title. And things are so screwed up, I can't get a temp tag put on it. And yes, the Robertsons are still around. And they're still doing a lot of things. That's a fact, Jack. Yeah. And some of them are doing, there's the YouTube. They've been doing some podcast type stuff on YouTube and whatnot. So. That's all right, hose picker. At least nobody's typoing your name tonight. Right now, anyways. Well, thanks for stopping in. I appreciate anybody and everybody stopping in. So helps the algorithms at least a little bit. Nowhere near. I mean, Spawn Trooper's fast growth, but a lot of that's based upon that certain drama issue. Everybody wanted to hear what he had to say. And just because Spawn Trooper is a heck of a personality. We all come back now, you hear? Everyone's always welcome to stop by. appreciate it. Up to 3 hours on the stream. Starting with nobody. I got a couple people. It's all good. Yeah, and I'm probably the last one in the world that knew his real name. until he finally added me on Facebook, or sent me. Well, he didn't even really add me. He sent me a message on Facebook, and where I could drop into his stream. Kept trying to get him to connect with me on Discord or something, but meh. It is what it ain't. And if you go to the channel profile, the channel info will let you know, there's a link to the Discord server if you want to join there. I got all sorts of links to Rumble, the other YouTube channel, Cash App, which I don't really use, don't really care for those folks, but whatever. Well, I'm not even sure the name I have is his real name, so I don't. But just the Facebook account he sent me a message from. I'm not gonna say it out of respect, but that I'd have to look it up. But he is definitely a character. And again, most of us vets are. You have to do something to keep from going nuts when you're deployed. Yeah, what about the putty tat?
She did that all by herself. She came over here and crawled under my blanket. She did that one all by herself.
Yeah, and if Ruby could figure out how to do that herself too, she would.
She does.
But at least all I'll say is I'm glad Jeremy is getting, as he has said, some good karma. I just wish some of that good karma would come my way. But not from him, but just in general. Karma in general, not. That's why I don't listen to it. Now, basically, I look at it this way with all that, is that they ain't really got nothing to say other than going back and forth with Spawn Trooper. And Skipper, just, minuscule drama. There ain't really nothing to say until the federal cases start popping off. on the matter. Notice Jeremy's channel doesn't even. He's gone back to doing his thing. A grudge judge was the worst. And then the ex parte. Come to find out that ex parte crap he pulled. Oh, he should be just barred off the bench. He should be just barred permanently for that crap. Any woozy woozies? Y'all ready for Thanksgiving and Turkey Day and Black Friday deals and war games at Walmart? Black Friday, Cyber Monday. And don't forget, shop local Saturday. And then after you've done spent all your money, then that's Giving Tuesday. Jeez. Yeah. Hopefully it'll be a little bit better next year. Although the cost of turkeys is down this year. So therefore, Thanksgiving is cheaper, according to, yeah. I forget where I heard that garbage. Usually, in our case, if it weren't for other people, we wouldn't have any groceries at all. So, other people wouldn't have groceries at all. So, uh, like last year, people know that we're sitting here with our RV and our ministry. Just some lovely old church ladies like to bring us some styrofoam containers with little Thanksgiving meals in a to-go meals. It's kind of nice. With the pumpkin pie and the what was that? Sweet potatoes, pecan pie sometimes, apple pie sometimes. Granted, last year we didn't get to enjoy the Thanksgiving dinner until a couple days later when they brought us the leftovers, but it's fine. Yeah. Yeah, it's even harder for the Cowboys this year, hose picker. I'm a Cowboys fan. Believe the Cowboys, as usual, have a Thanksgiving Day game, and they've been having a really cruddy season. Just when you think their seasons are going to turn around, they don't. But yes, the pies are sweet. uh, fun. Oh, did we lose Panorama? Or did he get tied up with trying to upload some more of his videos? Anybody else here, please feel free to say hello. Hello. Oh. Yes, I'll pull a Mrs. Doubtfire. Well, hello. You got that many videos to work with, huh? I can understand. Got some stuff I truly should piece together some body cam footage regarding the whole trailer incident, and including me going ass over tea kettle. Yeah, Robin Williams was a great comedian and actor. Unfortunately, he was very troubled and very, well, drug addled. Tried drugs at one point, and then, yeah, they stuck with him. Really messed him up. But yeah, the body cam videos I have are regarding the trade transaction for this trailer and what was promised to be done that wasn't done. So, in a way, I need to put it together because it's proof of a verbal contract that was not completed. Bunch of promises. Yeah. And like I said, the part of me going ass over tea kettle. But yet I'm perfectly fine. I don't need a scooter according to the VA. I just need to get on the move program and lose weight. I done tried that and it didn't work. I was basically eating nothing but one package of ramen noodles a day and starving and doing what I could to exercise within physical limitations. And I was very much diminished, but not weight wise. Like more like blood sugar wise. And yet, surprisingly, I do not have diabetes. Don't have the diabetes nor the diabetes. Yes, this Bumble bounced. Sort of. Basically, 2 times. Well, actually, I've had 3 falls, all within, a week and a half. And all 3 times, I landed on my back, flat back. Luckily, my head didn't hit anything, and they were all on ground and not concrete or pavement. Oh, I'm around the 370 range right now. 6'2", 370. I haven't weighed 225 since I left the service in 1996. I went in weighing $185. In fact, let's see. Can I pull it up? Let's see. Oops. Probably the wrong one. Wrong folder. Here we go. There we go. Maybe. Let's see. Boot camp close. Let's see. This one's not my boot camp, but this is when I was on ship. And that's on board the USS America. So it looked like back then. I don't know how well y'all can see the avatar or not, depending on which way you're watching the stream. But that's what I looked like back then. Let's see. Oh, there's my boot camp photo. And of course, that was a long, long time ago. Well, that's me weighing $185. So I got old Peter Pan. Yeah. That's then, and this is a little closer to now. Even that's a couple years old. This is a fun way to do things. Just change the avatar. Here's a fun picture of me. Hard to see, but that was shortly after the service. That's back when I was around 230 pounds. Let's see. Okay, my wife is probably going to hate me for sharing this one.
What? What one?
And not exactly the same hat. I've only had 2 hats overall, 2 black cowboy hats. But yeah, that's mine and my wife's wedding photo in Syracuse at the memorial, the Soldier Sailor Memorial. Which is also where Syracuse puts their Christmas tree and ice skating rink. But even that is still before I blew up. It's still me running around 260. Let's see. That one's not going to blow up big enough. Let's see here. That'd be another fun one to share here. Another one here. Where is it? Just looking at the pictures here. They just passed it. Oh boy. Oh, there they are. I don't know if he's going to do that or not, but we'll see. But host picker, you asked about the ship I served on. Here's a picture of it right here. I think half of what DJ Radis is doing is just messing with certain people. So yeah, that would be funny for people to do. Or just DJ Radis showing up as in Waldo Guard. Yeah, I was aboard an aircraft carrier. I served aboard that specific aircraft carrier. That's actually one of the most famous pictures of it. See that thing at the front of it that there's only one of. There used to be two, but it lost one when they deliberately, and this is before I was aboard it, but it lost one of those front little stanchion things when it deliberately went into the eye of a hurricane off the coast of Florida one year.
Oh.
And my understanding, the only thing they had on the flight deck at the time was a couple of helicopters that were tied down pretty darn good. But it lost that piece because hurricane force winds, and then came out the other side. Back when the Navy would do stupid stuff like that. Just to test and see what they could do and get away with. And one thing a lot of people like to do up on the flight deck was pull a Titanic maneuver. When the ship's forcing going into the wind, full speed, no flight operations, standing up there and basically letting the wind blow you back yeah. Like the Titanic movie. and the wind will hold you back. And technically, you can play three football games, American football games on the flight deck. 300 yards long from tip to tail. And then I was told that it supposedly had a certain weakness in the hull to be sunk, that it could be sunk on in the ship's design. But when they actually did go to sink it, it took 5 different tries to sink the darn thing. It took them 5 different tries to try to get that thing to sink to the bottom of the ocean when they decommissioned it and tried to turn it into a reef. Okay, turn that down. The Ukrainian thing, well, shouldn't have happened in the first place. It wouldn't have happened if 2020 didn't happen the way it did. As far as us sending aid and whatnot, I think it's for the people themselves. I think it's not a great thing. But the whole point of what our government has been doing to send money / resources over is a lot of lining their own doggone pockets, and less about actually helping. And I think Crimea should go back to the Ukrainians. I think the pre-conflict border should be what's enforced. But yeah, but I believe that here in a couple months, the borders will be readjusted and peace will come back to the area. Hopefully. You keep the putty pancake. The putty donut. But things are being driven up real hot real quick from the current so-called leadership. So more people can get their kickbacks real quick. I think that's the whole reason why things got ramped up here at the very end, was because since they saw the writing on the wall, they weren't going to be there anymore. It was real quick, send money so they could get their kickbacks from the companies and or the corrupt politicians, and basically it was a real quick get rich quick scheme. And hopefully under the new leadership come January 20th, yeah, we'll have fewer Bidenomic rich folks. And I'm not talking about Joe Biden's richness. I'm talking about, how Hunter got rich. Conveniently. No, the two main things during my service, one of the biggest things was the Bosnia Herzegovina stuff. And what went on there. Stuff and what went on there. And then, of course, we went through the Suez Canal, did the ditch, slipped over to outside of Iraq to Operation Southern Watch, apparently. What I refer to as a tail end of Desert Shield. And so they keep changing the dates and conflict stuff in a way. But anyways, neither here nor there. It's just, yeah. Well, the thing is, I wouldn't be able to find the place where my maternal grandmother was born in. She was born in Germany. She, before she passed on from cancer, she mentioned how she had the opportunity to go back, and it was just before the wall came down, the Berlin Wall came down. Close to the same time frame, but just before it came down. And she said the area where she grew up is now all developed when it used to all be fields. So nothing's ever going to stay the same over time. And I have a general idea where my paternal grandmother grew up in England, but because I remember her pointing it out on a map, I could find the right area, but couldn't remember the exact name of the town if my life depended on it. And apparently, my paternal grandmother's maiden name was a common one. So trying to trace ancestry is fun, especially using ancestry.com. Yeah. There's just too much here in the United States to try to view and see and whatnot. And heck, just here in Texas alone, so much rich history. That's what it is. The world's constantly changing and evolving. All you can do is hope for the right leadership to make it better. And you can always try to vote too, but do what you can, but anybody else here, please feel free to say hello. Gladly talk to you. Just hanging out, having fun, general conversation. Seeing how long we can go for here. Yeah, they've done good and bad. It all depends upon where you sit on certain items. I'm glad that finally that Trump's first presidency finally recognized Jerusalem as, the capital of Israel. Like it should have been and since day one, but too many people have dilly-dallied and sat on the fence on that one, thinking they could play Humpty Dumpty. Heck, I do too. I agree. Biden, I don't agree with how that was handled. And yeah, I served in the 90s before that. But my wife served in Afghanistan and Iraq. So I know many people who are post 9/11 veterans. And what was done there was just ridiculous. And what had to be done to help get other people out afterwards. Yeah. It was a fuster clock. Not everybody's home. And they basically said the same thing about Vietnam. Oh, we need to bring them home. We don't need to be there. Well, once we're there, we got to make sure we back out the right way. We come back out of it the right way. Not turn Afghanistan into another Vietnam. Which is basically what happened when the way it was pulled out, the way Biden did it. Yeah, I mean, heck, Obama had 8 years. And that was one of his biggest promises. But he saw what Trump saw, and Biden saw the same thing of, what the intel on the ground. The intel on the ground is totally different. You can say what you want, but if the intel prevents you from doing what you want to do, I mean, you can, and that's what Trump was doing. He was drawing down slowly. Not a mass exodus and leaving billions of, hundreds of billions of dollars of equipment behind. Just think, if all that equipment was brought home, that's less equipment that would have to be repurchased or charging service members for because they were told to leave it behind. There wasn't much. Yeah, the enemy was given warning. The Taliban was given warning. But it should have been done. It should have been slow and methodical, not, hasty retreat. But that right there projected weakness. That's the problem here. Okay. Okay. Not fun. My phone for the moment. Right. So what's going on? Weird. Hmm. So here I'm trying to get this thing going. For some reason, computer side. There we go. Had to reload the tab. It was being a little tad bit wonky. Winky wonky donkey. Am I sounding a little better now? How are we doing now? Hose. Sound as well. I know the video is probably going to be crud because it's the laptop camera. I had a nice webcam somewhere, but it somehow got misplaced. Well, or buried. Can't afford to purchase another one right now. Oh boy. Problem with my weight is no, the cushions can't hold up, and therefore, yeah, nerves get pinched. Had pillows and blankets and everything else under my tuchus, and yeah, they get moved around or adjusted, and try being in an RV and have things disappear. You just hope they didn't find their way out with the daily garbage. Anybody else here, feel free to say hello. Yeah, I always look tired. Just sad to working on all those toys, ho ho ho. Making all those toys for the good boys and girls, and digging all the coal for the bad ones. So I have sleep apnea, and I have a CPAP, but it only works so well to actually help. Let's see. All right, there we go. Not as blinding in here. See Sailor Daffy a little better. Which is why I was good with the Daffy jokes with that one fool. Oh, these things, man. Bad habit. It's part of the reason. Part of the reason I don't pull up the camera so much. But, ooh, Petticoat Junction. What do you mean he's got to go back? I prefer Donald Duck, but yeah. And my wife found that Daffy Duck, so. All right, Panorama. Have a good one. Have a good rest. You missed the fun. But yeah. So what were we talking about before I lost imagery and sound? Well, we have one child together, daughter, and then we each have a couple of kids from prior relationships. That do not live with us, thanks to the system. So we know the DCFS/CPS system all too well. And part of the reason why the ants had trouble with HG is because of the whole interstate compact form. They hate, beyond hate, having to do that. Because they don't want to do the paperwork. El Presidentes. I remember Reagan. I remember both Bushes, Clinton. I even remember when Ross Perot was running for president. And unfortunately, that year that he ran, I was 1 year too young to vote. I was not going to turn 18 in time. Or 1 year too, yeah. I was a junior in high school and I was just a hair too young to vote. And needless to say, that I remember a friend of mine. He was a senior. He was able to vote. He invited me over to his house. And his father and his father's buddy were talking politics. And we're talking the presidential race. And needless to say, they were going, one was Clinton, one was Bush. I was the one that started interjecting about Perot, Ross Perot. Well, let me ask you this, hose picker. Do you like Trump? I'll wait for your response before I go further. Or do you like what Trump did during his first term? Or was able to do, considering all the battles he was in? because basically what Trump did was basically what Perot was going to do, minus the fact that Perot dropped out and then got back into the race. And Trump chose, and that's why, and Ross Perot is the reason why Trump did not choose to go third party. Was because Trump saw what happened to Ross Perot and learned, thought about it. Because one of the things Ross Perot was saying is, I'm so rich, I do not need to take a paycheck. I'll put the money back into the system. Well, Trump did his homework and realized he couldn't put the money back into the system, so he donated the annual presidential salary that's paid out quarterly or whatever. He donated the pay to charities, which is basically what Ross Perot was going to do. Ross Perot was also a self-made, billionaire, millionaire, billionaire. And Ross Perot didn't even have a high school diploma. He only had like an 8th grade education. But yeah, a lot of what Ross Perot was going to do, Trump did. There's a lot of similarities between the two. Yeah, and Trump's first term was good practice. Now he knows what not to do and who not to trust. Dang swamp monkeys. Or should I say swamp donkeys? That'd be a better term, swamp donkeys. But for Trump's donations, yeah. One of them went to the Wounded Warrior Project. Trump does not take the presidential pay. He doesn't need to. And he basically signed the check over. Endorsed the check over. But he did it to a different organization for every pay period. He did not donate to the same organization twice. Yeah, his first time around, he had a few swamp donkeys in his cabinet. He didn't realize they were swamp donkeys until it was too late, and that's part of what bit him in the butt. Why do you think he's coming in this time around more organized? Saying, okay, this person here, this person there, this person there, this person there. He's on the ball with it this time. The FBI is not going to just walk in and take advantage of the confusion. Yeah, okay. Now that stuff ain't going to happen this time around. And that's another part of the problem of having the 4-year hiatus, and then them pulling the stunts they pulled with all the lawfare, was that basically they they're not going to be able to get away with the stuff they pulled the first time around. To undermine everything. And enrich their pockets. Yeah. And I don't even think his personality is truly that crusty or salt. Well, it's a bit salty. You would be too, considering he used to hobnob. See, that's what a lot of people don't realize. He used to hobnob with those same Democrats that now attack him. Because they wanted his donations to their campaigns and everything. And he used to. He used to play that game. And now that he's not kowtowing to them, they don't know what to do. And the stuff they attack him for is stuff they are actually doing. Or are about to do. So they turn around and throw it at him, mudsling on him, and hope. Then when they actually do those things, yes, I said do. You're Beavis and Butthead. He said do. When they take action on those things, that they just got through accusing him of doing, everybody's like, oh, they knew it was false on him. So when they're actually doing those things, nobody pays as much attention. Look at the whole classified documents BS. Oh yeah, they were definitely fine with him when he was a Democrat. Just like, look at Candace Owens and many other of those that left the Democrat Party that are, well-tanned Americans. They were demonized and called Uncle Toms and KKK and white. Yeah, all this stuff's flung at them, called Nazis and everything else. What the hell? Because I said that word, it'll probably take us 4.5 hours and make things disappear. They're all called all sorts of stuff. Yeah. What people don't realize is the true history of the Democrat Party. Some people I found starting to come through with it. Oh, I've always been an independent. I've always registered as an independent. But I'll admit, I very rarely have voted Democrat. That's only because I had a choice of 3 Democrats, basically, and and some weird union party, and especially in New York. And it's like, okay, which one's the most conservative? Which one is the closest? But other than that, usually it's Republicans that have gotten my vote, but out of the choices available. And heck, if I had the funds and the not so much fame but notoriety, I'd run for office. I'd do it in a heartbeat. It sure as heck wouldn't be for the pay. But because I believe in service. Which is why I like the public service end of amateur radio. And Nikki Haley was too much like a Liz Cheney. For my liking. Personally, the first time around, I was Dr. Carson or Governor Huckabee. Because in 2016, they actually had a little thing out there where, with all those, especially with all the Republican candidates, where you could take a little personality, where you fall on the issues and who is which candidate most aligns with where you are on the issues. And actually, Dr. Ben Carson was the one that was closest to where was one most closest aligned to where I am out of all the Republicans that were running the first time, back in 2016. But would he have been able to beat Hillary Clinton? Probably not. Because Dr. Carson has too much of a good bedside manner. But it's all over now. We have the results for the most part. So now it's just waiting out the clock until January on all that. I look at it this way. There's flip-flopping back and forth, which requires a fourth. And then there's coming to the truth and sticking with it. And as far as those two go, I do not have enough data to know truly with those two. The scripture says to forgive 70 times 7. Doesn't say anything about forgetting it. It just says to forgive. And if you're forgiving 70 times 7, that means you are definitely not forgetting because you are keeping count. So, if you look at scripture that way. Unfortunately, sometimes I trust a little too easily with some people. So I ended up with this trailer. But then again, I also really needed a trailer in order to get around certain other people's excuses. I just need help fixing the darn trailer so that it is properly usable and workable. Well, that's why he's got a very close network of friends. And I'm glad he does. Heck, I wished I had that much of a close network of friends around me, but I don't. Trying to, a little bit. But I'm just a nobody. Anybody else is here, please say hello. Yeah, say that on occasion. Like, give a thumbs up, thumbs down. Share, subscribe. Have to say that fun stuff every once in a while. Longest. Haven't done a really long stream like this in a long time. And then it was on and then that time was on a different platform. Oh, and back to the whole president's category of things. Yeah, Clinton, of course, was a Democrat. He had a Democrat House, Democrat Senate, and that's when they started shutting down a lot of bases and things. Thank you for the company. Fun. Otherwise, I'm not able to last that long on a stream. I mean, yeah, I could sit here and start reading off scripture or something, but I actually have a plan for that over on my ministry stream here soon, or on the ministry YouTube page of doing scripture readings for those that might be interested. But currently only has like 5 subscribers, and I think I'm 3 of them. uh, but it is what it ain't. I just hope people see this stream and help me towards getting the scooter. Because, unfortunately, Verizon connection. But unfortunately, other things, of course, happens in the world. Hurricane Helene, TC at Minnesota Black Robe Regiment, his wife and stuff, and out of respect, I take a back seat to their issues. What do you need to learn, hoes? That Massachusetts ain't the center of the universe. I thought I was more of a Popeye. I am what I am, and that's all that I am. Yeah, I mean, I will say this. On a smartphone, well, you can also do it from a web browser. But on a smartphone, the YouVersion Bible app does have some versions, like the King James versions, where it can read to you. No, but that's what I plan on start doing. Is like I'm debating on whether to take the time to try to pre-record or to actually kind of do kind of a live stream with it, of doing like 2-hour readings, an hour of, for example, here's how I plan on doing it over there on that channel is like, say, starting off, I have no clue what that word means. But starting off reading like for an hour of starting off in Genesis and going as far as I can in an hour, and then the second hour doing like the New Testament, Revelations, reading for an hour, and then working from the ends to the middle. For example, if in an hour I can, some books of the Bible could be read in less than an hour. But basically slowly working towards the middle, first hour Old Testament, second hour New Testament, and going from there. The really fun one will be Numbers. It all depends on the church. Some churches are very liturgical, and very strict on how they do things. Others a little more free base. Okay, now you got me wanting to see what that word means. Okay. I've heard a different word that I thought meant the same thing or similar. Well, definitely don't go to a larger church service with that kind of phobia. Smaller homegrown churches, the ones that are like inside an old shop, can be. Yeah, I should have known that. Unless I'm confusing a different term with that one, or I've just gotten so old that my memory lost that. Forgot the word. But or there's another similar one that isn't a fear, but it does. There's still the anxiety in crowds and people. It's not exactly a fear. There's another one that's not so much a fear as it's just real big anxiety. I think is the other one is the one I'm thinking of. I could be wrong. I could be a moron on the matter. I'm not a doctor, so pardon my ignorance on the matter. But yeah, the smaller churches are in like the old storefronts. Can sometimes be something that might, or the home-based churches where a few families out of the home. I'm sure it was. I spent most of my time being homeschooled, so, and I would fly through my schoolwork that way. Go to public school, and it's like, okay, if I didn't get it done in the classroom, I didn't get it done. Homework, what's that? But a lot of times I do the homework sitting there in the class. Or when the teacher spends the first few minutes of, the first few minutes or the last few minutes of the class just jabberwalking, jabberjawing. Boom, I was doing the homework. And in many cases, I would do the bonus questions on the test. Especially math class. Algebra, geometry, honest geometry. I feel for you. I can't say I understand because I truly don't. So I'll say it like that. But a lot of churches put sermons online now. But yeah, if you like, go subscribe to that channel. The link's in the stuff on this one. I've got, got the link available. Also, if you use Discord, I've got that link available too. But yeah, I plan on trying to do something like a scripture reading. The hour, 2 hours of scripture reading, our Old, our New Testament, working from the ends to the middle. Although with maybe a special reading regarding Luke 2, since we're coming up into the holiday, that's appropriate. The birth of Christ. But, and then I can go from there and maybe expand that channel into doing. That's where I want to try and start working on keeping a lot of the religious stuff over there. Not, just because, veterans issues, amateur radio. Yeah, some of it does. Both of them can go into the religious side of things, and it's one thing to discuss it that way, but some people, I want to grow this channel into more of my community. Never wasted as a parent. Children are a blessing. Children are a blessing. They make you want to curse them at times, but they're a blessing. uh, time to break into the Dr. Pepper again. Children are never a curse. They may feel like it at times, but overall, they're blessings. And trust me, my wife has a son that, yeah, she swore was a spawn of Satan. Then again, the father. But that's more of a. And the worst part is she called him Brandon Lee after the crow. So. So if anyone watching this stream now or later, you can follow the link to the Servant Spirit YouTube page. And as if you stuck around this long during my stream. And yeah, hoping to get a few more subscribers, and then really start trying to work on some things. The younger ones usually are a challenge because they're the baby. They get away with more. And then blame it on the older one. I'm the oldest child. I was the oldest child growing up. And so I watched my younger siblings get away with a lot. Especially the brother that's just under 2 years younger than me. On my mom's side with siblings. And then tried to blame me for a lot of it. I literally walked out of the house. I was no longer in the home, on the streets. And he found the stepfather's old checkbook from a closed account and wrote a bunch of bad checks. And was stealing from the local Walmart. But yet, and then tried to say that I did some of the bad checks and stuff with him. No, I didn't even know he was doing it. And on my dad's side, I'm still the oldest, and my younger brother lives here in Austin. And that's fun because right now, for the last month, my driver's license has been sitting at his house. It was okay. He said it was okay for my mail to him and to his address, and he would bring it by here. And yeah, he has done no such thing. So not only do I have a trailer attached to my RV that does not have a tag on it, but I don't have the valid driver's license in my possession. So yeah. That's why I say I'll be lucky if I'm not locked up by Thanksgiving. Been lucky so far. It's not that my license, I have my expired license on me. The license number is the number is the same, so the number is technically valid. But the one in my physical possession is not. And there's BS over the trailer. Luckily, the RV itself is registered, and current. But all it takes is them deciding to, yeah. They wanted to push the issue. Well, that's good. That she did finally straighten her life out, hopefully. Hope I stay lucky too. That's the only luck I've had. That's why these other opportunities to go somewhere and park on private property would have been blessings. Whether it was on one person's private property and have 30 amp RV, have an actual RV hookup, and for the cost of the space, basically, helping them with their security system and playing security guard every once in a while, and my wife helping out a little bit. Yeah, not a problem. Or the other opportunity, which is a 20, basically an extension cord in the RV, which is kind of what we're doing off the generator, next to a church, and being a fill-in temporary preacher. That would have been a good opportunity as well. I mean, personally, I like the one being a fill-in temporary preacher, a little better, only because it allows me to do ministry a little bit more, and it's closer to boot. But yeah, if they say they're doing these things they say they're going to do these things and tell my wife that, then they need to follow through. Because the problem is they say it to my wife, but not to me. That's the hardest part of it. Connection hiccups. And there's been other similar promises made before we even had this trailer. And there's also a potential opportunity, if we could get it there, some people that would actually help rebuild the trailer from the ground up. But that hasn't gone anywhere because we don't even have the address of where that place is, because suppose we could park there as well, but because on the other side of the city, at least a paper tag is necessary for the transport. Because while law enforcement might not hassle us over here, they might on the road. Well, technically we're on the road now, but driving have a better chance of getting hassled versus being parked. That church, the congregation is, I'd probably say less than 50. Mostly seniors. Which is where some of the hassles would have been. But I listened to some of the some online recordings that are a little outdated. They're from like earlier in the year was the last ones they posted on their website. And the preaching style is similar, and the church is in the same, the the majority of beliefs are the same, is what I believe. I consider myself more non-denominational and their specific denomination. But nothing that they believe in really goes against my core. So there wouldn't have been a problem there. I mean, yeah, if I had the opportunity to be a full-time pastor at a church, I'd take it. But being non-denominational and not having certain degrees that the apostles didn't even have is there's only one person who would fall that would have had the seminary degree that most churches now would accept, and that was Saul, who became Paul on the road to Damascus. He was the only theologian in the bunch. But out of the original 12, none of them were theologians. Fisherman, tax collector, physician. Yeah. They're regular Joe Schmucks. They didn't have degrees. And while I haven't been the best Christian overall in my life, and yeah, still smoke cigarettes. Overall, yeah, I spent most of my life, especially at this point when you count up the years, and more than 75% of it has been attending churches, listening to sermons from all sorts, from non-denominationals, Foursquares, Baptist, Baptist, Southern Baptist, yeah. And plus reading the scripture for myself from front to back. Oh boy. Ooh. Constantly readjusting here. We're up to 5 hours. Woohoo! No. Actually, I believe as far as everything on the matter, he has been more Christian than most people who call themselves Christian. He's tried to play nice. He's tried to forgive. And yeah. I mean, you got to realize that stuff was going on for more than a year or two before he even started posting about it with them. and told them and gave them a cease and desist first. So he's done everything. Him and George have done everything more Christianly than the supposed minister across the street. Everything the pole dancing minister has done has been very much unchristianly. She may claim to be a minister, and she's ordained, my understanding is through the Universalist Church, which the Universalist so-called church, you don't have to proclaim you don't even have to proclaim faith in Christ, let alone to the Nicene Creed, to be ordained with them. You could be a Satanist and be ordained through the Universalist Church. You could be Jewish and be ordained to the Universalist Church. You could be Muslim and be ordained to the Universalist Church. Or really no faith at all. I know somebody who was as unchristian as they come, who was ordained to the Universalist Church just so he could perform weddings. Which is basically what she is, just so she can perform weddings and try to make money that way. And of course, nobody wants her as their minister for a wedding. And then she's tried to use it other ways. And the Universalist Church gives rise to other organizations that work similarly, but actually vet people a bad name. The organization I'm ordained through, yes, is also online. Is not Universalist Church. It does vet people to make sure, does background checks, and you have to agree to certain things to be a minister with them, including saying, including believing in the Nicene Creed. So, yeah, that's my take on all that. And what's funny, what's messed up, and how you want to put it, you shuffle things around between Jeremy George, and those two. If you shuffle different pieces of information around that has been made known, pole dancing, minister. The Nicene Creed is basically believing in the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. And the 3 in 1. That they are 3 separate but one. Is what the Nicene Creed boils down to. In the simplest terms. That Jesus is, the Son of God, but is God, yeah, is God is holy, yeah. That's what it boils down, what it boils down to. And that the scripture is, the scripture is what the scripture is. It's the word of God. The core base belief of Christianity, what it means to be a Christian. That, and you could have 30 complaints about who to the Universalist Church, and they will not pull her ordination. In fact, she doesn't really have to do anything to remain ordained with them. Doesn't have to check in, do anything. They don't care. They have no oversight. They have no oversight because they have no core based belief that would require oversight. They will ordain sex offenders without a problem. But to the organization I'm through, if you make, there are proper complaints against me, filed against me, or any one of the ministers ordained to them, or it's proven that I don't adhere to the tenets of the requirements, I can have my ordination removed. If I don't check in and update with them once a year, I will no longer be in good standing. Even my ministry is chartered with them. Out of questions. Come on. I'm an open book. Unfortunately, my book takes up the freaking encyclopedia. It takes up a library. So that leaves me with just a couple of questions, Hose Picker. That I believe you mentioned it somewhere, whether or not you're male or female, and what age group are you in? Because I've seen it posted somewhere, or seen you write it out either here or in somebody else's chat. I totally forgot. I mean, I can make assumptions, but the Navy taught me not to assume anything because it makes an ass out of you and me. Okie dokie. That's what I said. Age range. You didn't have to go specific if you didn't want to, but you were definitely my elder. Believe it or not, I'm only 48. But other than the individual experiences of non-veterans, I've pretty much had more than enough of my experiences to match up. It's not a matter of hiding, it's just a matter of me trying to be respectful. Never ask a woman her age. Well, never ask a woman her age over 21. I think dirt still has a couple years on you. Unfortunately, I know people in their 70s, 80s, 90s are in way better health than I am, and that's what stinks about having my health problems. That's the worst part of it. The worst part of it is I see people older than I am and they're in way better shape. And then again, their body metabolisms are a lot better than mine. Yeah, if you use Discord, my Discord server puts out a verse of the day every day, which is different than Bible App's verse of the day. It's different than Kayla's verse of the day. Different than, I believe, even Air One's verse of the day that they do. That they're starting to do now. So, but with reading as an issue, like I said, if I can get a few more subscribers to that channel, I'll start putting more effort into it. I'll admit I won't put effort where effort seems worthwhile. There's only so many hours in the day, and as you know, with health problems, you can only stay awake for so many of those hours, especially if those health problems keep you laid up in the bed. He was just a spry young man, wasn't he? Unfortunately, yeah, I had a great grandmother make it into the 90s, into her 90s, but my grandparents themselves, none of them made it that far. Started getting close. A couple of them got close, but not quite that far. So, what's really bad is my father and mother are both still alive, and they're both in better health than I am. As far as I know, I don't really talk to them. So, as far as I know, their health is way better than mine. Let's see. Did you take a slight break here for a moment? Right back. All right, I'm back. This is the powder room briefly. Not bad. Almost 5.5 hours before having to use the powder room. Good. uh, this is what my stream be doing. Uh, quarter after 5 in the morning here in Austin, Texas. Anybody else here want to say hello? Please feel free. Never know who's here or who's not unless you say hello. YouTube's not nice when it comes to giving that information out freely. Oh, now it's Beverly Hillbillies on Me TV. Somebody going somewhere. Did I lose your hose sticker? Maybe. Yeah, a lot of them are cool. Oh, there's a couple I'm so about, but those are my personal opinions. I mean, they're okay people, just certain beliefs they have are very much in conflict with mine. So, what are your plans for the day, hose? Am I keeping you awake? I hope not. But then again, I'll be surprised if here shortly if certain people are going to do a stream. They'll be doing it here soon. So. Let's see, I wouldn't even know. I even have that ability. I don't think so. I understand. If you'd like to head off to Slumberland, I totally get it. I totally get it. So. All right. We'll see how long we can hang out together here. Just looking to see if using this platform. In the free version, there was a way to see if they could do a certain thing, but guess not. What they refer to as the raid feature. To where when you go to end your stream, it sends everybody in your stream over to another one. Definitely enjoy the fact you've stuck with me pretty much the whole stream, so that's nice. It'll look good for YouTube. Won't matter till I'm as lucky as Spawn Trooper and have 500 subscribers. That Wascaway Wabbit. Define the term. Yeah. If you're talking about the from other planets version, now. Are there angels and demons that walk among us? Yes. Are there illegal aliens? Yes. But off-planetary stuff? No. I mean, I love Star Trek and would love to think that there would be stuff like that, but yeah. You know, the Alpha Quadrant, the Delta Quadrant, you know, all that fun stuff. But I don't think so. Hello, Yasir. Welcome to my channel here. For what it's worth. I'm doing all right. Connection, not so much, but it is what it is. It is what it ain't. I'm not sure what you mean by the new one. The black and white / coloring Lost in Space. Yeah, I love watching some of those old episodes. Yeah, what is science fiction? I didn't know there was too much of a new one. Thank you, Yasir. After this live, stick around, check out some of my other videos. You may like, you might unsubscribe. Depending upon where thy beliefs may fall. I just ask if you have criticism, please be constructive in it and not be too rude or mean. I don't mind being criticized, but I prefer that it's constructive. I mean, I've got one comment on one video that my beard looks like crap. Whatever. You live in an RV and have to be conservative on water and think your hair is going to look perfect every time you do something. I'll have to look into that a little bit. Nose. Have to see what's out there. A lot of remakes don't always turn out so well. And thank you for liking and subscribing over here, Yasir. You check out the about or more, however that works, on the channel. You'll see some other links to another YouTube channel I have, which may or may not interest you, depending upon where you stand on certain things. But I'm always open to discussion. And that's what this channel is more about. Discussion of things. Or at least my lives are anyways. You can ask Coz. I'll answer any question. To the best of my ability. Tonight's just been about a long live stream. To see who's out there when. And see how long YouTube and Facebook can put up with me. Oh, did he already disappear? How long the delay is. Beard's good. Let's see. No, it hasn't quite gotten long enough. That, and I don't want to come out looking like Skipper did there briefly with his tied back goatee. It seemed just a little silly. There we go. Yeah, so it's not quite long enough to truly braid. Maybe I could try to do something minor ones, but just I really do prefer the whole Santa look. And especially with my roundness. I just need a red suit. Or a blue one. Yeah, that can't tell. That's funny. Yeah, that's funny. There were so many people picking on him over that one. I mean, he was fine until he banded it. It was fine when it was free flowing, but when he I have pictures of. I think there might be a picture or two of me running a Fu Manchu type setup. My darn connection. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a fluffy beard. But then, throw on a good set of glasses. Really fun. No, I was hoping this trailer would have been completed enough to have an office/studio, move on office/studio out of it. I think it's a little better. Not without help. Okay. Oh, darn it, Skipper, you liked me. Skipper was awake at one point. Because he liked my stream over on Facebook. But he didn't come in and say hi. Must have been when he was on his way to bed. One of my problems is I keep such odd sleep hours. Sometimes I'll sleep all day and up all night, and other times I'm sleep at night and awake part of the day. He wanted to decorate his chin tip. Yeah, could have done worse things. So, that would lead to fun. Yeah. That's part of the part of the problem I have with trying to find a good time to stream. Worst part is, I mentioned a certain time I wanted to start doing certain streams, and next thing I know, other people are taking over that time slot. It's like, doggone it. But then again, I wasn't doing it, so something I got to work on. Okay. Any more screwy squirrel questions? Okay. Oh, there it goes. Now, as long as you're doing your job when you're at work, yeah, it's not okay to get yelled at for not doing it. How long have I been on YouTube? Let's see if I can Find somewhere that says how long I've been here. Many moons. I just haven't been doing live streams that long. Let's see. See if I can find my joined. Oh, yeah, there it is. Joined November 30th, 2011. So, yeah, November of 2011 is how long I've been on YouTube. Do carts. Are you talking about gathering the shopping carts at stores? Is that what you're referring to, Yatsir? Okay, yeah, been there, done that. As a stock person for both the grocery store and Walmart at one point in my life, back when I was a teenager. I totally get it. Customers, hose is usually customers that will do a lot of the yelling. Complain to certain staff, yeah. I get it. You can never gather carts fast enough. And heck, I used to gather carts back before they came up with those little robots like Walmart uses. The Walmart, the little motorized helpers. Been there, done that. And there's nothing like, especially when I was working at a Walmart, back before they moved the Walmart and got a lot bigger at that location or in that town. Yeah, nothing like you're doing carts, or carts need to be, you're doing carts, but yet they also want you to bring a fresh pallet of dog food out and stack it. And it's like, you can never be, and at the same time, help somebody carry out a big TV. And this was before the flat screens. Yeah. When you're one person to do 30 jobs, and then you get terminated for not moving fast enough. But you were the only person that could work Friday nights during the town's high school football game. And they hire the son of the cashier, who's basically one of the starting players on the football team. Good one. And they hire that person, make you train them, and that person replaces you. That was my very first paid job. I feel the pain. But when it comes to that, Yasir, you just have to be a duck. Let it roll off your back like water. Do your best. Plug along. Let it go in one ear and out the other. Because you'll never make everybody happy at the same time. Let alone that certain, that person. It sounds like her nickname is Karen. The only concern I have, like with local Walmarts, when it comes to the cart personnel or whoever's in charge of them, is because I don't have my own mobility scooter yet. That's why I have a link scrolling across the bottom and I'm trying to fundraise to get my own. Is trying to get what they call the electric carts. And it doesn't help when teenagers who have nothing wrong with them decide to take them for joyrides across the store or parking lot. It's even worse when it's staff members. And then they break them, and then the store doesn't want to order new ones. Or take 6 months to order new ones. And then the new ones show up, and then they release them one by one instead of all at once. And then you just end up with the same problem again. And my gripe is with the store/insecurity on that matter more than it is with the cart person. Although I have had one gripe regarding one cart person. Actually, it was a supervisor for the cart persons who said they were going to go get me one. There was one on the other, or said they were going to go look on the other side, so I didn't have to go chase down the other side to get, the other entrance to the Walmart to look for one, and just left me hanging there. That's problematic. But other than that, like I said, that's why I'm trying to fundraise, but yeah. So if you can go to that Give Send Go address, if you can donate $1, $5, great. If you can't, at least please share it. Share the link. I could really use one, even if it's a used one. So, a job like that you can't take personally. Even if it is the same person yelling at you all the time. Just do your best. Because there's no pleasing some people. Just keep a smile on your face. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. And it'll work out for the better in the end. Yes, if you end up losing your job and having to go somewhere else to work, well, you were meant to move on. If they terminate you for silly reasons.
Is the kitty still there?
Not anymore. Kitty moved. Yeah, Kitty's in the loft. So that's my take on the matter. Anybody else here want to say hello, like, subscribe, share,
Hello.
thumbs up, thumbs down? Or it could just be YouTube saying, I'm in my own chat. uh, Dokily dokily. How much more fun can we have? It's that time the Saturday morning cartoons will be coming on. Woohoo! That's starting off with I am's what I am's. Bye-bye, the Sailor Man. Toot toot. And a little boop boop be doop boop. She went back to sleep pose. It was just a rollover. Just a rollover adjustment, making sure she didn't squish the little kitten who was sleeping next to her. The hiccup again. So, any other fun conversation? Speak to me, speak to me. Are we ready to pull a Popeye and sleep and have a couple chipmunks come take a nap with us? Sorry. The episode there. It's the kitten I had on screen earlier. It's not full grown yet, but it's not a baby kitten. It's just, yeah. Kind of a smaller version of Conspiracy Kitty. Uh, Skipper's conspiracy kitty that found us. We didn't go looking for it. I didn't try to become a copycat or nothing like that. It just showed up. It's about halfway. I'd say it's about halfway between kitten stage and full grown. Between baby kitty stage and full grown. About halfway there. A few months old. Yes, I'm talking about you, Onion. See his little head perked up there. I just hope the cat keeps the same type of fur when it is full grown though. It's got that silky fur. That you don't see that often, or you don't feel that often. Real silky, soft fur. Anyways, did I lose everybody? Y'all go watch your cartoons. Or is the pillow calling your name? Well, it's Onion Creek Forest where we're at here in South Austin. So, or Onion Creek. And so calling it Onion just, a lot of times that's how they name them anyways at the shelters from where they're found. And then half the joke is just to make the wife a little bit happier is because she does have rings on her tail like a raccoon. Onion ring. But usually it's just onion. Got an attitude like an onion too. You gotta mess with it, you're gonna cry. Some claws. Ouch. Definitely got the little mustard claws. Yep. Did we lose Yasir? Did he go find some gamer channel to watch? Or if you're still here, yes, here. How'd you find my channel? Was it suggested by YouTube or by a friend? All right, host picker, I understand. I'll be shutting the stream down soon, anyways. Just so I can focus on cartoons or a nap, one of the two. So I have fun with a nice long stream. Especially leading up to Thanksgiving holiday here. Thank you for the company and the questions. Don't forget to check out my other channel there, which has some things already posted to it. So, and I'll catch you, if not on my stream, on someone else's. On Skipper's, Bonnie's, or Mr. Coop's. Anybody else still here? So let me know. Still here, you guys here, let me know. No, looks like you might have gone. All right. Well, thank you for those that have stopped by. Lasted this long. Mostly just having a little bit of fun, communicating, talking. Trying to see if I can't fudge with the YouTube algorithms in my own unique way. All right. Take care, folks. Shalom.